Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular council meeting for June 17, 2025, at 7:08. Can we please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we all please remain standing for a moment of silence for our first responders and military members, please? Thank you. May be seated. Roll call.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth.
Present.
Councilmember Upal.
Present.
Councilmember Wallace.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Present.
Mayor Moran.
Present.
For the record, all council members and mayor are in attendance.
Thank you. So at this time, I just an announcement from closed session. We're going to go back into closed session after our regular meeting. Council, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I request that the item number 10 be moved to after the closed session.
Okay, so item 10, we will do up to item 9, and then we'll go to closed session, and then we'll come back for item number 10.
That is correct.
So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Was it Roth or Wallace?
Roth.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Upal.
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
one more change to the agenda. If there's any staff who are planning to give a report under announcements and reports at the end of the agenda, can we bump them up to give a report where we have Supervisor Pacheco's report listed so that they don't have to wait till the end of the meeting?
I'm okay with that. So is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion to move that we move city staff announcements and reports to the same section as Supervisor Pacheco's announcements and reports.
All right, so I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Councilmember Upal, second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Upal.
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, so next we have citizen comments. This section of the agenda allows members of the public to address the city council on any item not on the agenda. Members of the public, when recognized by the mayor, should come forward to the lectern and identify themselves. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes. In accordance with state open meeting laws, no action will be taken by the city council this evening. So this time is allowed for citizen comments on anything that is not on the agenda. Is there any citizen comments on the phone?
Yes.
Is this for anything that is not on the agenda?
Yes.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Tilly.
Okay, I have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hello. I want to thank the City Council for all the great progress that they've made with the spay and neuter vouchers and the TNR program. But I'm asking the City Council to also increase the budget for animal control services and to add a full-time animal control officer. Currently, we have one officer working part-time for animal control and part-time for code enforcement. He is doing an excellent job. We need more manpower. TNR of feral cats is to trap, neuter, and release these cats back to their environment. TNR is working. More citizens are participating, but we need more assistance in our animal control services to handle the increased demand. The feral cat population is not just an animal problem. It's a human problem created by people who have abandoned their cats. These cats multiplied like wildfire, and it's not their fault. They're only doing what is natural to them. Feral cats are seen as a nuisance. Citizens constantly complain of dead cats in the road, abandoned kittens found in their backyards. These cats are pooping in yards. These cats are urinating on cars and even on children. Citizens are getting very frustrated. These cats are being shot at with BB guns. They're being poisoned, trapped, and dumped out to other neighborhoods. This is all very illegal. City Council, we need to do better for our citizens. Please increase the budget for our animal control services. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the phone? Hearing none, bringing it back into the chamber. Is there any citizen comments in the chamber? Anything related to items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'm closing the citizen.
Before,
Yes.
I did receive an email, and it will be received and posted on the website.
Thank you. So at this time, I'm closing the citizen comments at 7:14. Next, we have awards, presentations, and proclamations. Item number 1, presentation by Jackie Benoit, Recreation Superintendent, in regards to the Eva Ibarra Memorial Scholarship. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. This is such an honor. If there are other rec commissioners in the building, could they come up and stand with me, please? Thank you. So the Eva Ibarra Memorial Scholarship was brought about by Eva. And she actually paid for our first one out of her own pocket. This is about our 6th scholarship that we've given away. And as many of you may know, Eva's life was tragically taken last year. And the Rec Commission, instead of calling it the Rec Commission Scholarship, we renamed it to the Eva Ibarra Memorial Scholarship. So this scholarship is offered to Livingston High School students that have taken an active role in the recreation department. So this year, I want to introduce our recipient, and it is Amaya Lara. Amaya, can you come on up, please? So Amaya wrote something very sweet in her application, and it said, "The Livingston Recreation Department has had a great influence on my life, from when I was a child to now as a high school senior." Amaya began her relationship with the department at 3 or 4 years old with ballet. She continued in jazz and is now our hip hop instructor. Amaya has been an active volunteer with the rec department through Livingston High School FFA, the band Color Guard, and the Hispanic Youth Leadership, volunteering at the Sweet Potato Festival, Color Run, our Christmas parade, to name a few. Amaya will be attending CSU in Turlock, and she wants to major in psychology and become a school counselor and work with kids. Her desire is to have her purpose in life stand out positively and impart it in people's lives. Amaya, we are so proud of you. And with that, I give you this scholarship. And I know that Eva would be really proud, too, of all your accomplishments. By the way, she's a 4.0 student, so... and a check for $500. Hopefully that'll help with some gas and books and good stuff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congratulations. Next, we have item number 2, presentation by Mayor Moran, service plaque to City Attorney Roy Santos. So as you might know, Mr. Santos has been here for a little bit over 2 years? Almost 2 years, and for working with the City of Livingston. And we have this appreciation plaque, and then I'm gonna read it. It has the logo of the City of Livingston, and it reads, Appreciation Award presented to Roy Santos in appreciation for your outstanding service and dedication to the city of Livingston. Thank you. June 17, 2025. So thank you very much for your work. And then, so you can put this on your wall and don't throw it away.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just a quick comment to this. Everybody on this dais knows that I'm very mistrusting of attorneys. Roy knows that very well himself. Just state of attorneys in the city of Livingston, a few years ago, it wasn't great at all. A lot of people told me that they would tune into our meetings just to watch the attorneys, or they would show up to meetings just to make fun of the attorneys. And that's not a positive sign for our city, especially considering how important that role is. Roy came in 2 years ago, in the summer, I believe, of 2023, stepped into a role where there was not a lot of trust. There's still a lot to clean up, but there was definitely more to clean up at that time. In my opinion, handled that with a lot of integrity and helped move our city forward in a lot of big ways that we don't see out there. Contracts, paperwork, stuff that we can't talk about, where we might be getting sued, things of that sort. And just in my short time as a council member, especially being very young, it's nice to have folks that are willing to be mentors, that are willing to provide their guidance and share their own expertise. And Roy, took a lot of time out of his schedule to do that for me and help me grow in this role. So can't thank you enough for what you've done for the city. Can't thank you enough for all the advice and mentorship that you provided to me. Really sad to see you go, but again, thank you so much for helping move our city forward. It's not going to be seen out there, but we definitely see it in here, and that means a lot to us. So thank you.
Council, anyone else? So I do want to say thank you. It's personally also, I always put a lot of pressure on everyone. I mean, in a good way, because the time when you came in, just like some other people had, we were in a very tough situation, and we needed to find a way to be able to walk through some very fine lines at times, and it looks like we have gotten to a point to where we're moving forward compared to where we were a couple years ago. And I don't think if I was to, but that's just me personally, knowing what I know about attorneys and not only the schooling that they have to do, it's something that we really have to think about for anyone that wants to be an attorney, and learn about their what it requires. But it's, I'm sure, I'm only thinking that it's a very well-paying job. So it might be a good consideration for some of you guys here. But thank you for the time that you were here, trying to lead us and trying to help us making sure that we didn't make any more mistakes. So thank you. Anything you want to say?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say something very quickly so we can get on to some people who really deserve our praise, which is the volleyball team. I just want to say thank you to the council and to the public. It has been an honor to sit as your city attorney. And I look forward to kind of watching the city grow and continue on its path. I see great things for the city in the future. And thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Next, we have item number 3. We have the presentation by Mayor Moran, recognition of the Livingston athletes and coaches for achieving the CIF State Division 4 Championship. And we do have some certificates of recognition from the city. And I will step down in a little bit along with council. But let me just read it first to see, so that everybody knows what it says. And so it says City of Livingston Recognition Award presented, and it's presented to each one of you guys. 2025 Livingston High School Boys Volleyball Team for excellence, dedication, and perseverance in securing the Northern California champions and the California State runner-up. And it's a big accomplishment. I know that me personally, I was not able to physically be at every one of your games, but I was following you guys through all the different games, especially later on once you guys were traveling and doing the finals, and I was able to be present in Fresno. I think that you guys have accomplished so much, and I think I learned that most of you guys are there's some seniors, but most of you guys are juniors and maybe some sophomores. It's not only difficult to stay on top of your grades and your different classes, but to be able to do that and while you're playing a sport, spending so much time in training, probably training at home, with other neighbors and other family members, to be able to stay on top mentally. And, I'm sure that all of you have great grades, right? Right? Okay. Yes. Okay. And I see the coach in the back is like, I'm sure he's making sure that you guys have good grades, because, it's very difficult to do both at the same time. So congratulations. And then I don't know if you guys want to say anything right now or later after. Let's just do it now. I think it's best to do it now because once we get down there, it's going to, it kind of gets a little while. But so anybody in the council?
Yeah, please.
Say a few words.
First, can we get a quick show of hands of how many seniors are in the group? Seniors? We got 2 seniors? 3? How many juniors? And any sophomores? 1 freshman? You raise your hand. No pressure, but the expectation is to run it back. And we really hope to see that from you guys. I want to thank the players, the coaches, and the families for all the time that you guys put in to helping out this group. As much as this is like really cool for you guys in your high school careers, I don't think you really realize how big it is for us as a community to be able to see you go out and do what you do. Like every time that you play with our town's name on your chest, like you are representing everybody in this room, everybody working that pays in. And I have not seen our community get together in the way that they kind of got behind you guys in a long time, at least growing up. And so that was really exciting for me to see. I could not make it to the state championship. My sister graduated from law school that day. And if I skipped that, my family probably would have disowned me. But I was definitely rooting for you guys from where I was at. And really quickly, to the coaches, to Coach Alvarez and the 3 young men with him, I can tell you guys care a lot about this team, put a lot of time into this team. And just personally, I love seeing young coaches stepping up at our high school. It's not just in volleyball. We have some young coaches in other sports as well. Eventually, Coach Alvarez is going to have to pass the torch, and it looks like we have, some folks that are willing to step up and do that. So really appreciate the time you put in. I do coach part-time, have not been able to coach as much recently, handling some of these responsibilities, but one thing that we see very clearly as coaches, I'm sure Mr. Winton sees this and some of the other coaches in the room, is that some of the best teams with the best groups, a lot of times they have the best family support that's backing them, supporting them, making sure they're at games, making sure that their grades are good. And so to all the parents that showed up tonight and, just to the kids and the coaches again, we're really proud of you guys. And we want to see you guys run it back. So congratulations again, and we're looking forward to watching you guys.
Anyone else?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Guys, thank you, or congratulations. You guys did a good job. I know it's hard, a lot of conditioning. You got your schoolwork as well as the mayor said. Coaches, thank you very much. Excellent job, guys. Kudos to you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, first of all, I want to congratulate everybody. It's a lot of work. I was watching TV, and I can't remember which news channel it was. was either out of Fresno or out of Sacramento, but they talked about you guys. They actually showed bits of the game, so I was really, really proud to see our boys out there. It was a sense of pride for all of us. Thank you guys. Great job.
Yeah, to the coaches and the players, job well done. The whole community's behind you. We're so happy.
Just one last thing. I also want to thank the parents, the families, because I had 2 kids that went through different sports, basketball, golf, tennis, and band, and a whole bunch of other things. But, I really, even though it was difficult as a parent to be able to be everywhere, to follow our kids and support them from the bleachers, from the sidelines, it took a lot of effort because parents have to work, and then they have to hurry up and go to their games, and sometimes they have to miss work, and so parents have a lot. They're a big factor of the success of every kid in the community. So thank you to the parents. Muchas gracias a las familias, porque los papás, los padres de familia, porque siempre ustedes son una de las 3 partes esenciales para que sus hijos sean exitosos, no nomás en la educación, pero en los deportes. Es muy importante. And then just one last question for the boys. How many of you, raise your hand, if when you were growing up, you participated in the recreation department activities on the city of Livingston? Raise your hand. More than half, And here's another example, of why we're always very supportive of recreation activities in the city, because that is a starting point for many of our kids in the community. They start playing one sport or another sport, and they start being active, and then later when they grow up and they get into the high school, the middle school, the high school, they're already looking forward to participate in different sport and different activities. So thank you, Jackie, again, and the coaches, Mr. Winton, coaches in the back. Once again, the kids can only do so much, but we also need that guidance from the athletic department and the coaches, and the good role model, because they're always looking up to you guys too as well, for them to be able to be successful. Thank you and congratulations. All right, so we're going to go down here, and then what I would like to do, I would like to invite the council to be up here, so we can all be over there, and then I can call the names on the certificate. Then you guys will come up, and then the council can say hi, congratulations, or maybe give you a bonus check or something like that, which I doubt it, but. Then after we hand out the certificates, then we'll take a short break to allow the families to take pictures with everybody up here, or with your student, with your athlete, and then we'll come back into regular meeting. Okay? All right. So we're going to go down here. If we can have a mic. And then at this time, I would also like to invite representatives from the different other agencies that are here to present awards or certificates. And then I will, if you can please introduce yourself and let the audience know who you are and who you're representing, and then we'll go from there.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alexandra Rizzo, and I'm a representative from Assemblywoman Esmeralda Osorio.
Hi, good evening. I'm Joyce Dale, and I represent Senator Ana Caballero.
Thank you. So if So the biggest thing that we had to figure out is how to hand them all out to the same person with your name on it and from 3 different offices. So all right, so I'm going to call your name, and then please excuse me if I will try my best to pronounce it correctly, you know. So this certificate is to Navjot Sikhan. I think hopefully they're not all mixed up. But okay, next one is for Ricardo Cruz. I think we got it. All right, next one is for Gurmukh Gill. I bet you that if we had planned this, it wouldn't happen. All right, next one we have Sabjat Kaloya. Is he the freshman? No. You're a junior? Junior, nice. All right, one more year to go. Okay, next we have Jose Cruz. Next we have Yudavir Dara. Next we have Alex Aguilar. Next we have Gurveer Singh. Next we have Joel Barajas. Next we have Bradley Kaji. Next we have Kael Garibay. Next, we have Julian Acuna, not here. Next, we have Abhiraj Dhillon. No. Next, we have Sabir Saini. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. I have some for the coaches, but I didn't pay for the electricity and the printer, but I'll get those to you guys later from the city, okay? All right, but I have some from Senator from the Senate for Coach Romy Fennessy. We have one for Coach Mike Albernas. We have one for Coach Kiana Becerra. She's not here. Coach Kerry Albernas. We have one for Coach Chris Betancourt. And we have one from Assembly Member's Office for the entire team. It says 2025 Livingston High School Boys Varsity Volleyball Team. All right, so at this time, we'll take a 5-minute break to allow time for families to take pictures with the athletes, with the coaches, and anywhere you want, all right? Thank you. And once again, thank you for being very supportive of your kids, and make sure that you guys continue teaching the new kids that are coming behind you to continue bringing the championship home. Congratulations. All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
I'll take a picture of you.
three. Okay, I'm gonna try to put you guys this way. Move. Can you guys get a little closer? Yeah. A little closer. Okay, ready? Ready. 1, 2, 3.
Before you guys move, can you guys put the assembly one so I can take it for the assembly one?
Oh yeah. Flip it. No, the other one. The other one.
The other white one.
Okay, ready?
All right, everyone smile. 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you guys.
Good evening, welcome back to our, continuing with our council meeting. Next, we have county supervisors' announcements and reports. I don't see Mr. Pacheco here today. Next, we have staff reports. Is there anyone in staff with any reports?
To remind.
I'm sorry, can you say your name?
My name. You guys are too much. Jackie Benoit, Recreation. And on Thursday night at 6:30, we'll be having a community meeting for the, I get the letters mixed up. Yes, and so part of the requirements is that we have community meetings to get input from the community, so the community is invited. We have been posting it on social media, but we're hoping to get this grant to build or complete out the park that is on the corner of C and 7th.
Thank you. Is there any more announcements or reports? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Miguel Galvez, Contract City Planner. I'm here to provide an update on an approved application. This is an application for a site plan design review, application 2020 number 03 for Jose Martinez. It's duplexes. The property was located, or actually it's located at the northeast corner of Prusso Avenue and F Street there. The property is presently vacant and zoned R2. The applicant, Mr. Martinez, applied for a site plan design review to develop 2 duplex properties or structures on the site. Here's the site plan that was approved by both the Planning Commission and the City Council, who has final authority. It shows 2 structures. Each structure had a duplex, so there's 4 dwelling units altogether. There was parking on either side, parking along the alley on the right side of the page, and then parking off of Prusso Street on the left side of the page. The structures were single story. Here's the elevations that were approved. Here are the colors that were approved that went along with the elevations. When staff started reviewing the application, the applicant wanted to come in and start building. There were a number of things that were non-compliant, and so the applicant had to amend his site plan. And so really this update today is to give you an update of what was approved administratively by staff. The planning, the zoning code did not, I should say that the parking requirements did not meet the development standards of the R2 zoning standards. So the R2 required a minimum setback along Prusso Avenue, and the parking, I don't have a pointer, but on the west side, we ended up moving all the parking to the east where they would have access off of the alley. Previously, the parking was on the west, as you can tell, and that did not meet the setback requirements. In addition, there was no trash enclosure, so when we were looking at, it looks like our city engineer has a, thank you, Noe. So the parking here got relocated, it got moved over here, and then we installed a traffic enclosure here, which is required as well. Furthermore, there was a storm drain basin had to be installed, and so that was relocated here. To accommodate all this development, the units had to go from 1 story to 2 stories. So altogether, each of the units are 3 bedrooms. There's 1 unit here, 1 unit here. They're 2-story, they're townhouses, if you will. But they go to 2 stories, so it goes from 1 story to 2 story. The reason I bring this up to the council's attention, here's copies of the elevations and the floor plans, is I understand there was neighborhood opposition when this was considered by both the Planning Commission and City Council. And when the application is moving forward through the building permit, I just don't want the council to be surprised that there was, it went from single story to 2-story. Again, all this was required because the approved project did not meet the development standards for that site. And so this does it, and the applicant is now moving forward with the building permit process. That concludes my real brief update.
Council, any questions? All right, well, thank you. Is there any other staff reports?
I believe that's it, Mayor. Only from the city manager's office. I have a few items that I want to share with council. First, as everybody knows, the Rite Aids are closing all across the country. Unfortunately, ours here in Livingston will be closing as well. So we've been proactively asking a lot of questions. The mayor had shared with me that there is a SB 1089 that requires, there's a notice requirement. And so information was shared as far as which stores are going to be closed and so forth and so on. Even though we knew that information that kind of ahead of time, we officially got notification just recently. And so the Livingston's Rite Aid will close. So some of the things that we've been actively pursuing is, touching bases with the Workforce Investment Board here in the county, making sure they, looking at different ideas on what can happen in that particular property. In talking a little bit with one of the representatives, Rite Aid is actively leasing or selling properties. So, I've talked to some investors that, just to let them know about, the possibility here locally to see what, if that property can be, what uses, maybe, redeveloping that site, who knows? But the closure is going to happen. The other item that I wanted to share is staff has been looking at a number of different issues throughout town as it relates to code enforcement. And so we wanted to, kind of get a little direction from council on some of these, code enforcement areas that, especially handicap, sidewalks, entry points that are now used as driveways, and wanted to just kind of get a feel from council to see if that's something that you guys want us to prioritize or not prioritize. We'll provide a little list of different things, but we just wanted to share that. The other thing is, as it relates to the 4th of July is just around the corner. Illegal fireworks has been a big problem for decades across the county, across the state. But here in Livingston, we do have a strategic plan that we put in place. We will be having full force, and we can't share a lot of details, but no illegal fireworks are allowed in town, and citations will be issued, et cetera, et cetera. The other one is, as it relates to the strategic goal setting. So if there's any dates that the council might have, in the next couple of months, would love to have, that session here, that workshop. We have a facilitator. We'll invite the schools, the recreation commission, anybody and everybody to that workshop. And then I know that in July, there's going to be, I know the mayor's going to be out for a couple of weeks, I believe, in July. So if there's some items that we should move up, move down, we just want to throw that out there. And then lastly, as it relates to the Rexplex, we've actually put together a fundraising campaign. We've communicated with several possible donors. So all that's ongoing, and our July 1st meeting, there will be a full presentation by the architect. So thank you.
All right, so I'll save the council reports for later in the agenda. Next, we have conflict of interest. Is there any other staff reports? No. Conflict of interest declaration. Members of the City Council will declare an actual or apparent conflict of interest before discussions or decisions about any matter in which they or anyone with whom they have close personal relationship could directly or indirectly benefit, or where such a benefit could be perceived. Anyone? No? All right. Next, we have the consent agenda. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine or non-controversial and will be enacted by one vote. Unless separate action is requested by a member of the public, the city manager, city council member, there will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the public, city council, or city manager request the specific items be removed. Public comment on consent agendas items should be limited to 3 minutes per person, regardless of the number of items contained within the consent agenda. So we have items number 4, consideration of a resolution accepting completion for sludge thickener installation project at the wastewater treatment plant, authorizing the city clerk to file a notice of completion with Merced County, and authorizing the city manager to make final payment of retention monies to Resource Development Company. Item number 5, consideration of a resolution accepting completion of the well number 18 test well project. Item number 6, consideration of a resolution accepting the proposal submitted by Adams Ashby Group to provide general grants related to the State Community Development Grant, CDBG program, and awarding a professional service contract to Adams Ashby Group, and authorizing the city manager to enter into a 5-year professional service agreements with Adams Ashby Group, LLC, in a form approved by the city council. So we have items 4, 5, and 6 at this time. Is there any questions on any of the items at this time from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have one question on each item for 4, for 5, and for 6.
Okay.
So for item 4, it's listed in the staff report that the city had originally planned to have this work performed in-house, but then there was a decision made to contract out. Who specifically was going to handle the project initially? What was the thinking, and then what was the change?
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Upal. So when this first project was brought up to staff that needed to be addressed, the city actually had in-house concrete staff that actually was going to build a concrete pad out there. And so let me take a step back. We had our own concrete folks in the community, and part of our public works, there were part-time people, and the city saved 2/3 in terms of overall funding for every project, for any concrete work that we did in town. So the thought process was to use our staff to be able to do that concrete pad out there, to actually use it to as drying beds for sludge. So unfortunately, that staff was let go. The project was put in the back burner, and so we are reinstituting this project that needs to get done. And so to answer your question, that's where the saving was going to be done. But because we don't have those individuals anymore, we have no other option but to move out.
Thanks for sharing that. Just a quick comment to that point. We spent over $800,000 on this. I'm not sure how much we would have saved if we still had those folks on our payroll. And so maybe something to consider going forward if we expect ourselves to be doing similar work where we could have our own staff. It could be a huge saving to the city. And thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for
Just as a follow-up to that,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact, in our budget for this next fiscal year, we do have some part-time concrete public works individuals outlined in the budget.
Perfect. Thank you. Question on item 5. So now that this test well is drilled, what would be the direct next step for moving forward on this well project?
Yes, if I can have Noe Martinez from our engineering department. I won't steal his thunder, so I'll let him.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, and public. Noe Martinez from the Office of the City Engineer. And if I understand your question, Councilmember Paul, is what are the next steps on this project? And yes, we have completed recently and working at this time on numerous numerous tasks for this project, and so I don't miss this important task. I'm going to go ahead and read off from my notes. So, as we all know, when the test well was completed, we got the analysis results for the water quality, and we have completed that analysis since. We just recently completed our topographic survey for the site, so we can start. We have started laying out already the plans for the project. And at the same time, we're currently working with or completing a water source assessment study. And this study is required by the water board for permitting this new well. We're also coordinating at this time with MID for the new electrical service that will be required at the site, and that can take some time to get done. We're also obviously working on the improvement plans to get the project constructed, or the well constructed. And at the same time, we're also coordinating with the water treatment manufacturers for our arsenic and TCP plants that will be needed for this new well. We're also working with our electrical engineer for specifying and designing the electrical equipment and the SCADA system that will be implemented for this project. Last two, we're anticipating having 60% design for this project completed in late summer, and at that time we'll be meeting with the public works staff to make sure that we're addressing all of the requirements for the project. With the end goal of finalizing the bid docs in early 2026 to go out to bid and get the project started for construction.
Thank you very much, Noe. Just a reminder, still get questions all the time from developers. Why can we build a well in 3 to 6 months and it takes the city potentially 2 to 3 years? And there's just a lot more going on, so I appreciate you laying that out. No other questions at this time.
Okay, so I just have a couple, not questions, I think just my questions were already answered by staff, but I think it's important, I just wanted to make sure that I provide that information for some of the questions that I had on item number 6. One of the questions that I had initially was if prior contracts had been for 4 or 5 years. Normally, prior contracts were for 5 years, and I do believe that the same firm was the one doing our grants analysis and managing the CDBG's grants for the last 10 years, more or less. And one of the questions that was asked to me, that the report mentioned that there were 3 proposals that were submitted for this RFP, but only 1 proposal was in the agenda packet. The other 2 proposals, which was Self-Help and California Consulting, which also provided bids or responded to the RFP, were later added to the agenda packet, and it should be available on the website. And this firm, Adams Ashby Group, should only be focusing on CDBG grants and managing those grants. And those were primarily the questions that I had. So there's no need to pull this item from the agenda. So we do have, if there's no more questions, we do have 4, 5, and 6 under consent. I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Public comment?
Yes, thank you. So at this time, I will go out for public comment at 8:10. Is there anyone on the phone in regards to the consent agenda items 4, 5, and 6? Hearing none, coming back into the chamber, is there any citizen comments or public comment in regards to this consent agenda items in the chamber? Seeing none, closing the comments at 8:10. So at this time, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion on the floor by Councilmember Roth. Is there a second? Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Opal,
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran. Motion passes
Yes.
by a vote of 5-0.
All right, next we have discussion and potential action items. Item number 7, consideration of a resolution appointing Scott Woods to the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission. Staff recommendation, approve resolution. Welcome back.
Good evening again, everyone. I am excited to bring such a great candidate to you guys for approval. Scott, go ahead and come on up. Scott is new to our community, but he comes to us with experience that would make him a great addition to our Livingston Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission. As you can see on his application, his experience not only as Vice President of the Los Banos Chamber of Commerce, but he also has experience in running large-scale special events. There's been an ongoing vacancy for the alternate on the commission, so vacancies have been advertised for well over a year on the website, City Hall bulletin board, and social media off and on. So to date, we do not have any other applicants, and Scott's application is attached to the report. So I have already met with Scott regarding helping with the 4th of July event. He has some awesome ideas, and he has shared other many exciting things that will help make this year's event a lot more fun for those in attendance. If he is appointed, his term would expire in January of 2030. So with that, if you have questions or if you'd like to hear from Scott, it's council's pleasure.
Council?
Scott, thanks for being here. Do you mind sharing how long you've been in Livingston?
Good evening, Councilman. I've been in Livingston just shy of 2 years.
Just shy of 2 years. Did see your application. Just wanted to say, thanks for being willing to get involved so early. Even though you're not from here, it doesn't mean you can't make an impact. And I think those of us that want to do something, we just decide to do it. And it's clear that you want to get involved. Thank you for already being involved, even though you're not officially on the commission yet. I think it just shows a lot about, your willingness to serve. I saw that you're on the Knights of Columbus as well. They do great volunteering here. So, just again, appreciate your contributions, and we're excited to have you.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions? Is there anything you want to share?
I'm just selected. I'm excited to, be part of the community and help out where I can. And I have a young son, and we're always looking for things to do during the summer and during the school year. So if there's nothing there, Jackie does great things, and we met, and I was excited to be asked to help.
Thank you. I really appreciate you taking a step forward and putting yourself to do more volunteer work. I wish we had more people like yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So at this time, let's see. I will go out for public comment. Is there any public comment? Is there anyone on the phone? Coming back to the chamber. Any public comment in the chamber? Seeing none, bringing it back to closing the public comment at 8:14. Bringing it back to the dais. Any additional questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, I make the motion that we appoint Scott Woods to Parks and Recreation Arts Commission.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. I'll make a second.
I'll second it, yeah.
You want to second it? Okay. So I'll leave it up to Mr. Wallace. All right. All right. So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Wallace. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Opal,
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next, we have item number 8, consideration of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Livingston establishing the creation of a tax sharing ad hoc committee with a sunset provision of June 17, 2026, and providing an effective date. Staff recommendation, approve resolution and provide an effective date.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as we all know, the tax sharing agreement, for what it's worth, it's taken too long. This dates back all the way to 2008, probably 2009. I arrived in 2011, and so we need to get this past the finish line. So basically, this ties into a number of different things that we need to do, that it's connected to our fire services and connected to the general plan, to the annexations. So very important. So we need 2 members of the council to join staff to be able to, meet with the county representatives and all those different staff members from the county, et cetera, so that we can move this project or this item along.
So I've been part of this tax sharing agreement, or the ad hoc, tax sharing ad hoc. For the first 2 years, 4 years ago, nothing happened. We were not even able to meet once at all for at least 2 years. This last year, we were able to have some traction. I was part of the ad hoc, and we were able to get some conversations started. And then it took a standstill when we were working with the fire contract. But I think it's it's important to have to be able to start those conversations again. I know we have some changes. We have a new supervisor. We have an interim, I believe, interim CEO at the county. So we need to catch up. We need to be able to start our conversations again. And I would like to continue being part of this ad hoc committee. And hopefully we can get things done soon, because it is highly needed. And we shouldn't have to wait too long, especially having the city working on this since 2008, 2009. We have not been able to come to an agreement. So I'll volunteer myself for the ad hoc committee. And then, is there any additional comments on the dais?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to volunteer myself as well.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to volunteer as well.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else would like to volunteer?
I have a question. I have a question for, I think Mr. Ramirez is probably the best person to answer this question. Will our ad hoc committee members be meeting with the county as the council, or will it just be our staff? What is the idea?
So the way the ad hoc committee, so that we don't violate the Brown Act, it'll only be 2 council member representatives, and it can be a mix of myself and any other relevant staff that I feel is important for that specific area. But typically, it'll only be maybe 2 or 3 staff and the 2 electeds. That's it. And we would meet with the county CEO. It all depends on how they want to set it up on their end. But on this end, it'll just be us.
And so we on our end at least will likely have both of our council members and our staff meeting with county officials.
Yes, it's important to have 2 liaisons, in this case from the dais here, with the staff, because that way it's more fluid. You can have we can have more deeper conversations, and then you guys serve as a liaison to the rest of the board.
So just a quick comment first. I was going to nominate the mayor and the mayor pro tem to sit on this committee personally, and this would have been relevant to potentially however this nomination looked like, because we had discussion about potentially moving our council meeting times at our last council meeting. And Mayor Pro Temp, as well as Mr. Roth, you mentioned that moving anything earlier than 6 p.m. is not feasible with your schedule at this time. And so if either of you sit on this committee, are we going to be able to flex out meeting times, or are we going to expect the county to meet 6 p.m. or after on weekends to get this done?
Mr. Upal, I have already talked to my employer, and I'm cleared, so I will be able to attend these meetings.
And for me, Japjit, most likely we always met before in the past in Merced, which is just a few minutes away from where I work at, coming to, and usually not happens towards the end of the meeting. So, because usually with my MCAG meeting or others, they tend to be late where they conflict with the time here. Other ones are usually going to be a lot earlier, so they're going to be doable. And further, I'd like to add that I think we need to spread the duties and responsibilities, but for the lack of a better word, yourself and the mayor's already working on the fire services. I think it's good to let other council members get involved in other parts of the city too, So you two are already working on it, so let others participate in other portions of the city, not necessarily just the mayor pro tem.
That's a fair point. With all due respect to every member of the council and to everybody in the room, there's no participation awards here. Is it nice for us to split time apart? Absolutely. We're all busy. We should be splitting to the best of our ability, but this is maybe a top 3 item in the city as a whole, this tax sharing committee, and in my opinion, and again, we'll see how the vote goes, the mayor and the mayor pro tem are the best combination to go get this done. You guys have handled this in the past. Mayor, you said that you were just on the committee. Mayor pro tem, you've been working with the county for 20 years. A lot of background knowledge there. I think you bring better perspective into the negotiating rooms than any other member of the council does, and given that you both are willing, that is, in my opinion, the most effective nomination, and that is what I will vote for.
Is that a motion?
If there's no other questions or comments from the council, I will motion to appoint the mayor and the mayor pro tem to the tax sharing committee.
Can we amend that to vote on an individual basis, not as a group? Can we vote the mayor or the mayor pro tem by each individual vote per name instead of bunching two of them together? Is that possible? Yeah, I think you should be able to.
Are you asking him to amend his motion?
Oh, I'm asking, is it possible to call each person separately and then get the vote instead of voting for two people at the same time? Is that doable?
Councilmember Upal has made a motion.
Okay.
He would have to amend his motion in order to separate it out.
Are you willing to separate it out or not?
My motion stands.
Okay.
And then also, just as an additional comment, I know that I appreciate you volunteering us last time to be on the other committee, but one thing I can tell you is, and I'm sure you're aware of, since I've been on council, I have always been probably one of the most proactive members of the council in many different ways in participating in many different duties. So this wouldn't affect what I already do and what I have done for the last 5 years as member of the council and participating in different committees and or reading agendas. Actually, now that I guess I realized last night that just for fun, I get to read other city council agendas and other school districts agendas just to keep myself informed. But this wouldn't be much of a change in my, yes, I would have to sacrifice some of my work time to take some time off, but I have done this already for 4 years and that has never been an issue. I have actually volunteered more of my time than I am allowed in sick leave, so I take my sick leave just to be able to do the city work. It is not an obligation, but it is a choice that I have made when I run for elected office. So I would really like the opportunity and the support of the council. I know that in the past, different members of the council have participated and have been appointed to different committees and different meetings I needed to attend to. And a lot of times, it makes it difficult because of our job responsibilities, but I've been able to do that for the last almost 5 years. So I would like to continue being part of the tax sharing agreement. And is there any additional comments at this point? So we do have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Upal to appoint myself and Mayor Pro Tem Samra to the tax sharing agreement. I'm sorry, to the tax sharing ad hoc committee. And I'll go ahead and second that. Roll call, please. Public comment. Thank you for the reminder. Is there any public comment? Is there anyone on the phone? At 8:26. Hearing none, is there any public comment here in the chamber at 8:27? Seeing none, closing the public comment at 8:27. Roll call, please.
Mayor, can I add one more?
Yes, go ahead.
I believe the staff request is also for an effective date for the ad hoc committee, but I did not hear an effective date proposed in the original motion and the second.
Thank you for catching that. So basically, as of tomorrow, moving forward, or tonight, whatever you want.
Thank you for catching that, Roy. Mr. Mayor, I'll amend my motion to appoint the mayor and the mayor pro tem to the ad hoc committee with an effective date of June 18, 2026, and a sunset provision which will take effect on with an effective date of June 18, 2025. I'm reading right from the staff report, sorry. And a sunset provision from June 18, 2026.
I will second that amended motion. Roll call.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth?
No.
Councilmember Upal?
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
No.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion fails by a vote of 2-3.
All right, so at this time, I will entertain any other motions.
Mr. Mayor, I make the motion to appoint Councilmember Roth and Mayor Pro Tem Samra to the ad hoc committee beginning June 17, 2025 and sunsetting on June 17, 2026.
So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Is there a second?
Second it.
Second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Upal?
No.
Councilmember Wallace?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
No.
Motion passes by a vote of 3-2.
Thank you. Next, we have item number 9, consideration of a resolution adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 and the appropriation limit for fiscal year 2025-2026. Staff recommendation, approved resolution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, this will be the second presentation workshop for our fiscal year budget 2026-2027. So 2025-2026. So we were going to start the same process as last time. We're going to have Public Works, since they have the bigger presentation, if they can please come forward. And we're going to change the format a little bit from the last time. Any questions that you have for the department itself, you can do so at the time of the presentation. so that you don't have to wait until the end after everybody has actually presented. And you brought company, man. You brought. And you can start whenever.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Anthony Chavarria, Public Works. Council, you've seen this PowerPoint before. I do have a backup PowerPoint that goes in a little more detail on budgeted items if you wish to see that as well. Just to go over a few of the enterprise funds. I don't have all the funds listed here, but we do have a proposed fiscal year 25-26 administration budget of $720,098. A parks budget of $597,958. Gas tax, $549,205. Water enterprise budget, $4,561,191. Our wastewater enterprise budget of $4,727,491. Sanitation expense budget, $3,156,515. We do have, I will be highlighting a few of our proposed vehicles and equipment. The first one being new playground equipment installation at Max Foster Sports Complex. We're requesting a budget of $165,000. It'll be a cost share with our LMDs and CFD fund. At $165,000 is inclusive of a concrete perimeter and fencing at the park. A new insulated Versalift aerial truck, which is also called a boom truck, $298,500. That is a cost share with Water Enterprise, Wastewater Enterprise, Public Works, CFD, and LMD funds. A new 2025 utility truck, $70,000, cost shared with LMDs and CFD funds. Some proposed projects, these are just the larger projects for 25-26. Pulverize and repave Main Street from D Street to I Street. Pulverize and repave project is the same thing that we did this fiscal year on 4th Street from Park to F Street, and another smaller section on Main Street out there in front of Newcastle Apartments. Continue with our Kelly and Park restroom renovation project. That's $256,000 out of the CFD fund. Renovate the Hammett Sewer Lift Station and the Briarwood Sewer Lift Station, both $380,000 and coming out of the Wastewater Enterprise Fund. I also, did I bring my other folder? I also wanted to make council aware, it isn't our budget, but I just want to make sure that council is aware that I do have a request for 2 FTEs, which are full-time employees, and 3 PTs, part-time employees. One of the FTEs is a OIT in our operations department. Another FTE, full-time employee request, is in our parks and L&D maintenance department. I do have 3 part-time maintenance workers. It's a request in our budget, and that one we're targeting concrete workers for that, for those 3 part-time positions. So I just want to make sure that council was aware of that request. Be happy to entertain any questions from council, or if council would like to see the backup PowerPoint as well, it just goes into a little bit more detail on other budgeted items. budget requested items.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Anthony, just a quick question. As you know, there has been quite a bit of call from folks, especially senior citizens, saying if they can, in certain parks, if they can just kind of walk around. Is there enough flexibility? I know that if you're looking at part-time concrete workers, is there enough flexibility in the budget to at least look at some of those parks?
Yeah, as far as building additional walk paths, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Yeah, so when we did have the previous concrete crew, they did install these walk path at our Kellyan Park. So that was a huge win for us, cost savings as well. We could look at doing the same thing, utilizing Measure V, 20%. Alternative mode. So yeah, that's something that we could look into.
Yeah, because when we had the part-timers in the past, they were very effective at a reasonable cost to the city compared to contracting out, you know, very, very, very reasonably priced. So I think that's something worthwhile. If we are going to put the part-timer concrete workers, then I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
If I could add something, the mayor also had talked to staff about the possibility of bringing something back to council about a future walk path at Max Foster. So that's something that staffs are planning to bring before council as a preliminary plan before council.
Yeah, and one other item as well, Council, as we start digging into, you know, the Rexplex and, you know, everything associated with that, we also identified that, you know, some of the sidewalks and not so sidewalks, you know, now that we purchased the building, you know, there's some liabilities out there as we speak, and so, you know, we should look at identifying, you know, some Measure V funds, both the 20 and the 80 for the Rexplex that we can basically do prior to any other item associated with that project. Any thoughts on that, Anthony?
Yeah, so in the budget, I have also included, worked with engineering department, and we did put in the budget for ADA compliance work. And that was one of the main things why I wanted these part-time concrete workers to work on our ADA compliance component within the city in the different areas. And sidewalk, return ramps, we got a number of them that need to be completed. And the Recplex, that area is a liability, and that's another area that we could utilize the Measure V funding on for the return ramps there and for the sidewalk improvements as well.
A couple of things, and one thing just came to mind that I remember from a while back. Could funding from other sources other than the city, or to be included within the city budget, could other budgets or other funding be used for additional solar lighting for the parking lot at Foster Max Foster?
It's kind of hard to utilize the other funding because it's on private property. Out of the Measure V funds, the RMRA funds, there's restrictions involved in that. That's something that we probably need to look at general fund money if we're going to be trying to improve parking lots, private parking lots on the city property.
Or could we look at the current infrastructure that we have there and look at the possibility of adding solar lighting to the sites of, you know, I don't know, to current light poles already there, maybe to the solar panels, just to light up the parking area a bit more. You know, it hasn't been like a big concern that has been brought to my attention, but it has been something that has been brought to my attention. So maybe it's probably not necessarily from the ground up, but probably looking at the current infrastructure that we have there, maybe on the side of the couple of the buildings that we have, just improved lighting overall in that area. But just something that I just remember, I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Okay,
So
no,
we can-
thank you. And we're talking about Max Foster right now?
Yes, yes. And then when it comes to adding playground areas, I know that social media, and then we get bombarded with inquiries about different companies that want to do business with the city and stuff like that. One of the things that I forwarded to you was this company that works specifically with playgrounds and for schools and cities and stuff like that. Can you maybe just for my information, and obviously there's different levels of quality of playgrounds, something like this, what is the expectation to last 10 years, 20 years?
The expectation is the last 20 plus years.
20 plus years?
Oh, yeah.
And so how do we know when we come across other companies that we haven't used or that we don't use, that the quality or that what we see sometimes on their websites, it's the same quality as you're currently working with right now?
Unfortunately, you don't know until you go and do your research and vet them thoroughly by visiting other cities that have used these outfits and conducting a thorough investigation. That's why we like to utilize who we've been using in the past, because as you see some of our prior playground equipment we've had for 30 plus years, and they've withstanded the time. We've had Memorial Park that we replaced was 30 plus years. Our Kellyan playground, 30 plus years. They're lasting. They're good, solid, reputable companies that we've been using. We utilize companies that are in a JPA, which is Omnia and Sourcewell, to make sure that we are receiving the lowest bid in the market at the time. But to other companies, just after I talked to you, another company emailed me as well, another playground company, and one of the questions I asked, well, are you part of a JPA, that council already previously approved that we could utilize to make the purchases to procure the equipment? And they were, so I'll reach out to them in the future to when we need to go out to bid again, just to keep them in mind and make sure everybody's doing their due diligence.
So for something like this, it's something that went out to multiple.
So we send it to Omnia, Sourcewell, and they farm it out, bid it out to multiple entities that are part of the JPAs there. We went through 2 of them, and they go through multiple themselves and find the lowest bid for us. So if council does approve the budget, I'll be bringing before council like 3 different renderings for council consideration.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions? Go ahead.
I have one question, Anthony. So for instance, right here under the 2025 utility truck, so my question is, does all of our department need that big of a truck with all of the equipment and with, all the bells and whistles? Is there an ability to have smaller trucks that use less gas that can still be used for, public works out there in the fields? I know I didn't ask this when we were initially chatting, so I hate to, get you and off guard real quick. But in terms of our overall thinking, I just want the council to know that, we're looking at all the different angles, not just because we want,
Yeah, unfortunately, we need the heavier duty pickups, the 2500s, because we want all our employees to be able to pull the heavy equipment, the trailers, the bobcats, the heavy equipment that we're utilizing and pulling on the streets, to be able to we don't want to just depend on certain employees or have to stop other employees from what they're doing just to utilize their vehicles. So it would be inefficient and time consuming if we didn't have that capability.
Thank you very much.
You know, a few days ago, I was reading through this school district agenda, and they were applying they were in the process of applying for 3 different grants for green vehicles, buses, trucks, for similar to, probably not the same, but very similar to a work truck. Is that something that we're also had an opportunity to look at, grants from the San Joaquin, Valley Smog and, some of those agencies, some of the local agencies that might have opportunities for us to also look into?
So, Mayor, we have, and we've been very active in that area, more so on the admin and on the PD side, not necessarily on the Public Works side. Public Works has, specific equipment, and then the one time that we did go down that path, it was one of our street sweepers, and we could not. I don't even know if that ever got done because it had to be so many American-made parts. And we couldn't get over that hump. We went to our state legislator. We went to the Washington, and I think that died. I don't know. I wasn't here towards the back end of that, but I don't know if you want to add, Anthony.
Yeah, it did die, and we had to let that go. The funding just wasn't there. The Buy American waivers, they weren't giving them out. We didn't have the infrastructure for the filling of, I think it was CNG, compressed natural gas at that time for that.
Or
street
hydrogen.
sweeper. So we had to abandon that because we needed a street sweeper, and we ended up purchasing the diesel street sweeper. But unfortunately, there aren't many opportunities right now for the larger sized vehicles that are electric or gas powered at this time. And we got to be very mindful of what vehicles we do want to look into, because a lot of ours are emergency vehicles, considered emergency vehicles, like sewer response vehicles, and we don't want them running out of battery when we need them.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you.
All right, you're up, Chief. Okay. Thank you, ladies.
Good evening, council members and members of the public. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Rick Schiff, your police chief. The clicker, I was getting it. Tough audience. So this is the Livingston Police Department budget for 25-26. We are fully cognizant of the amount of money that is spent for your public safety. Having said that, the Livingston Police Department just secured a grant for DUI enforcement from the CHP for $136,000. That will augment a significant amount of training that we were going to have to pay for. It does not, it's not an invitation to reduce our training budget. What it means is that our training budget will be even more effective and efficient. And you'll see as we go through this that one of the things that we did increase this year is we asked for more money in the training budget to meet current needs. Unfortunately, the training that should have been done was not done, and we need to perfect and improve the knowledge of our officers responding to incidences, especially the recent traffic incidences. Police department personnel budget includes our staffed full-time and part-time personnel. We also have requested additional reserve officers. Now, that will not change the budget amount, just the number of officers. We were limited to 2. For the same amount of budgeted money, we would like to ask for 5 reserves. So rather than trying to find somebody to work part-time half a week, we're going to have them work a Friday night or a Saturday night. And there's a niche of potential candidates who want to keep their certification as police officers, but also have full-time jobs. That's the niche that we'll be pulling from. One of the benefits of that is when we have Sweet Potato Festival, 4th of July, we will have a larger pool to pull from to bring in to help manage security. The police officer assistant request to hire. Police officer assistant request to hire, I believe that is, the request before was for the police public assistant position. I think that's the same thing. And the request was, last time I was here, what is the salary range? The base salary is $67,432 base salary. Benefits are $38,745 for a combined total of $106,178. That is top step. That is not lower step. That is not what we would be hiring in. But the finance manager is keen enough to make sure that we budget with the assumption that 5 years from now will be a top step, 4 years from now would be a top step. Okay, the Merced County Behavioral Grant, we got a 15% increase in this grant to help cover for our SRO. The flock camera system is a significant increase in our budget. We have increased 6 last year, and we project 10 more this coming year. Not only is there the initial expense for flock cameras, but there is if you will, a warranty involved in each camera that is an annuity. We pay it every year, rather. On the other side, the flock cameras have been very significant in solving crimes. They're a wonderful security tool for the city of Livingston. Abandoned vehicle abatement is a grant that we receive. It's also been granted again for another year. It pulls vehicles off the street that have been abandoned or in disrepair, that sort of thing. Police radio project is a significant expenditure this year. It goes to the total of almost $650,000. It is divided up into three different funds, $220,000 approximately from each fund. That's CDFs, municipal impact fees, and police impact fees. And as you know, municipal impact fees and police impact fees are monies that are collected by the city for various tax programs. The reason that we're doing this is because we're at end of life on our current radios. We have insufficient radios. I don't actually have a radio that works very well myself. And our equipment on the radio towers is also at end of life. It's just, unfortunately, it all happened at the same time. This budget is our projection. If we don't receive any grants, we are actively pursuing grants through Motorola, Lexipol, and other funding sources to reduce that amount. This is worst case scenario. The equipment that we're getting is designed for police use. It's designed to last a very long time and would not be needed to be replaced for the projected future 7 to 8 years minimum. The equipment that would go up on the towers is even longer. It has a longer life than that. Police additional equipment projects. The TASER project, we have not had to actually pay a yearly fee for tasers for the last 4 years. We were using a much earlier model. We got to end of life on those several years ago, so they stopped charging us for them. We are moving to TASER 7s, which will now also include an additional fee each year. That fee is the bump in the projected budget. The range repairs, I'm happy to say that we have made significant strides with this last year's budget in repairing the range, but the range was allowed to go into significant disrepair. This increase in our budget is to bring it back up to standard to make it safe and make it useful. Department training, I think I just discussed. We have asked for an additional $15,000 for training. This is training that should have been done over the last number of years. We've had several fatal accidents. We had to call the CHP because our training was not sufficient to be able to actually take the accident report. And that's true in a number of areas. We've been consulting with outside agencies where we should really be qualified to do those investigations ourselves. We also lost a detective. It's quite, there's quite a bit of training involved when you have specialized positions like detectives. They need to go to homicide school, they need to go to domestic violence school, they need to go to an initial core course. It's significant training. Bullet-resistant vests, notice I don't say bulletproof, they're not bulletproof, and you wouldn't want to test it. That we have a matching grant for. So we're designed to get new vests. Keep in mind that Kevlar, the material that's used in vests, has a limited life. I think 4 years. So they have to be replaced every 4 years. That's where we're at. But we did get a matching grant. That's the positive side. Flock cameras we've already discussed. Community Development Department. So.
Well, hold on, Chief. We got.
If you don't mind, I had another question which was asked. It was about the earlier budget, but there was a question that was asked last time. We did get what we requested, and we really appreciate it. But to answer the question, the excess in our budget this last year was because there was no chief for 4 years, or for 4 months. So the chief's salary for 4 months was accumulated and left in the budget. We had one full-time police officer not accounted for in the budget, and we had 2 full-time dispatchers. We are at full staffing now for the police department, and we're actively recruiting to fill the last spot for the dispatchers, which has been a very difficult chore.
Hey, Chief. Earlier this evening, we had a caller come in, call, and shared with us and the council about, you know, looking at a full-time code enforcer and then also starting adding money into the spay and neuter program. If you want to touch on those and let council have any questions.
I do. Councilmember Roth came to me some time ago and requested the very same thing that the caller asked for, which is a bifurcation between our code abatement officer and our animal control officer. There is no question that we would be more effective and more efficient if we had both parties separated. Dealing with what we have and the limited budget of the city and so forth, what we did ask for is the police public assistant aid. Now that person will not be able to go out on the street, they won't be qualified for that, but they will be able to 9 to 5, 5 days a week, operate the window, and they will help our animal control and our code abatement person by answering questions, providing services. We're looking at grants for things like licensing, which could be done at the window, vaccinations, which could be done at the window, and then we're looking at other programs to expand the catch and release program. It is just geographically, we're in a tough place. We're not close to any clinics. It's very expensive right now for us to pick up an injured animal and take it. Humanely, we have to do it, but we take them to a clinic pretty far away, assuming that either one of them is available and can take us. And then we have to room and board the animal. We have to make a decision whether it needs to be euthanized or not. And then we go all the way to Merced, for instance, to drop off animals. It's very expensive. We're looking at some sort of way of internalizing that, maybe reducing the cost. Also bringing clinic services to Livingston on some sort of mobile basis. That was available at one time. It has not been available recently. As for the code abatement side of that, I agree completely. There are a number of code abatement issues that we have come aware of in the city. We've chronologically listed them out. We're waiting for the new city attorney to be appointed because we would like to run those past the city attorney to prioritize them in terms of liability to the city and the residents of the city. Some of the municipal code sections are very, very important and in essence protect life, and others are more, they're more preference, if you will. And so we want to bifurcate, we want to distinguish between those that are serious liability issues and a danger to the public, and those which we could decide not to enforce or enforce in different ways with different modalities. We're all, as the police department, we would love to have those jobs bifurcated, but we understand the, I guess, the limitations of the budget.
Quick question, and then following on the earlier call, currently, or in the past, for the last few years, we have, the department has had a voucher program for pets to be spay and neuter. So is that still going on, or has that ended in regards to where residents can come in and get a voucher and get some kind of discount and not pay full price when they take their pets to be spayed and neutered?
It was a program, I know that. I believe that it has been discontinued, and I believe some of that is logistics. The place that we were using in Merced just doesn't have the resources to be able to take them anymore. We also are looking at, for instance, the licensing program, which is a requirement by municipal code but has not been enforced. So I believe right now we are not supplementing, but I can check on that for you. What we do, well, let me rephrase that. If an animal is brought in, let's say a cat, and it's brought in from a specific location, or we catch it in a specific location, especially cats, we do the catch and release. We take the cat and we do neuter the cat or spay the cat, and then we bring it back and we put it back at that same location. So if you take a step back and you say, well, whose cat was it? It doesn't really matter. It's just part of the catch and release program, and there's no way for us to distinguish whether it actually lived at that house or it just happened to be wandering by that house at the time. So that, in essence, could be perceived as a free neutering system.
I do believe that in the past was also where families or residents could come in and get a voucher, and then they would, because my understanding was that there was two different programs. One was for pets, their home pets, and one was for stray animals, the homeless animals. So let's say that in my neighborhood, I catch a stray cat. I can bring it in, or I can come in, get a voucher, and then I can take it into, at that time, I believe it was Hillmart that we were working with. And then me as a resident, I would do the phone call, I would set up the appointment, take it in, go back for it, and instead of paying, I don't know, $160, $180, $200, I would only pay like, I don't remember the exact numbers, but probably $30, $40.
I apologize. I know that the second modality is open. I know that we pick up the cats and we take them and we have them neutered. Not so with the dogs, I don't believe. And I believe that we no longer subsidize family neutering or spaying.
Okay.
I could be wrong, though. I do need to double check that.
Yes, because I've had a couple of different groups, local groups, and I just found out because I met with Merced TNR a couple of weeks ago. And in that group, there was some people from Livingston. And I didn't even know that they had that within the city of Livingston, Merced TNR has roughly about almost 40 different volunteers that they work with, whether it's catching and release, whether it's fostering and so on. But we could probably, like the city of Merced is doing, they provide a grant to Merced TNR, and then that nonprofit group does the actual work. Mm-hmm. They do all the work.
To be clear, it is our envisionment that we will do a one-stop shopping in either a mobile clinic or at the station or at different venues in the city with grant money so that you license your pet, your dog anyway, you microchip your animal, we make sure that you have all the appropriate shots, and so when we find your animal, we can return it to you rather than the expense of taking it to the shelter. That is our envisionment, and that is our goal for this year. So We did not budget so much for that as much as we're applying for grants to subsidize the program. Once again, the challenge is not so much even the money. The challenge is finding a facility that will come down. So we're reaching up to UC Davis and asking them if they have an outreach program that could maybe come down once a week, once every 2 weeks.
So
It's
how
very
about-
competitive.
Yeah, so how about if we had a nonprofit local group that came in to us and said, we'll do all the work for you guys. We just need the support. So instead of me as a resident, instead of me paying $160 for each pet or animal, we're doing the work for the city, but the city is not providing employees, workforce. So would that be an option?
It's our philosophy to work with community-based organizations. On all of our grants, we try to look at what community organization we could bring into the grant, not just to help secure the grant, but so that we have a working relationship with the community. It's very synergistic, and it works well for us. But we'd absolutely love to work with them. Once again, collecting, for instance, catching is something people could do. Spay and neutering is something that, of course, requires professionals, so we have to put together a team. But absolutely, we will work with anybody that wants to help us solve the problems.
All right, so if this council makes a decision and this council says, we're going to appoint this much funding for that program, then you will be able to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Please, you state the guidelines, we will follow the guidelines, and we'll try and find every resource we can that fits it.
Yeah, I'm personally really not really happy that this program doesn't exist anymore, especially when I continue to have residents coming to me with support. Actually, just probably about a week and a half ago, I had a call from a resident, and thanks to Public Works, there was a small kitten that fell into the storm water drain, and it took a day to catch it, but that kitten was rescued. We had to go. I ended up not going in there. We just put a trap in there. It was trapped overnight. We picked it up the next day, and later I was able to find someone to foster it for a little while, and then they were able to find a rescue group. So that is the kind of work, I'm not afraid of continuing to do the work, but I think we could do a lot more if we had more help to support the residents in the area, whether it's, and I think, I don't think we would have a problem even finding donations to purchase 10, 20 different trapping cages, but it's just a matter, I think the biggest cost is the cost to spay and neuter.
I agree with everything you're saying. The young man that you see leading the horse that went stray is one of our new recruits, and he was attacked 2 weeks ago by a Chihuahua. In the middle of a call for service, unrelated to call for service, they just came over and started gnawing on his leg. We may be a little out of control, I agree with you.
Yeah, so maybe something for council to consider is to consider funding for a grant program for nonprofits that would be able to come to the city and apply for those grants, just like in the city of Merced. And they provided a $10,000 grant for a year. I mean, obviously $10,000 didn't make it throughout the year, but it was helpful for that nonprofit that they could probably do some of the work for us here, and they would do it specifically for Livingston pets or cats or dogs.
If I might add to that, as we said, notice for the vests, for instance, it's a matching grant. It's easier to get matching grants than it is a grant to just solve your problem. So that might be money well spent if we can find something to match it.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So going back to splitting the duties of the animal control officer and code enforcement, is there any way we can prioritize the budget to make funds available to make that position go now?
Yes. So when I present the errata sheet, you guys just approve the errata sheet with any items that you guys want to add on the errata sheet. So as you see on the errata sheet are items that were not part of the budget that you guys are approving before I finalize the book. So anything that you guys want to add, if mayor wants to add a certain amount of money for the spray and neuter program, he can adopt that and I can put that on there. And in your case, you can approve adding, I guess, a position. We can do the costing out on that and we can do the position, or we can bring it back to you guys as a later date with the costing out and all the analysis on it. So it's either way you guys want to work it out, that can be done today if needed.
Okay, so if I made a motion tonight to add that in, can it get done? Roy, can you chime in?
Yeah, you can make excuse me. Yes, you can make a motion to amend the budget. That's council's discretion in approving the budget.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a motion to, sorry.
So let me just see if there's any more questions before we get there, just to be able to help and we don't do it too many times. So I asked Monica to see if you could go to the, I don't remember which page is this, the spread out, the spreadsheet? It's not, yes, it is. It should be. Oh, it's not?
It's on
On the agenda?
I believe I have a copy of, no.
I think it's page. Page 123. Yeah, right there. All right, so I just, if council doesn't have any more questions right now, I just wanted to ask Happy to expand a little bit on this, specifically to the items where we're showing the numbers in parentheses, but if you can explain that so that people in the audience or watching at home can also see what we're talking about.
So this sheet are items that came in to the finance department after the budget book had already started. So, so these are items that council would approve and they will be part of the final budget if approved. So if we want to go, did you want to go line by line or do you just want to do a summary of this? How do you want to do this?
So for instance, when we look at the first line or section, section B, we're looking at artwork. It's
okay.
You have
so our artwork, anything that's a negative or in parentheses is basically an expense. So basically, we're adding that to the expense line, meaning city's going to expense estimated $60,000 for artwork beautification. If we look at next one, ClearGov, that's the item that Councilmember Upo had requested or suggested. That's going to be our digital online budget book. And that one is to be not to exceed 20,000. And the reason why I didn't break that out, because it's going to be throughout the various funds, because every fund is part of the budget. So it's going to be like an allocation throughout all the funds that we have. LMDs and BADs, that is a difference of what the engineer's report has based on what the budget has. So we have to make the adjustment for these amounts to match the engineer's report with the budget. One of the big ones, yes, is Measure L Fire Department transfer out. So when this item came to council back when this Measure L was happening, it was approved that once the funding started coming in from Measure L, that it would transfer basic money back to the general fund and also the CFD fund. So you guys see that 355 and also the 200 is once we get enough money into the Measure L fund, we're going to take $355,000 out and give that to the general fund and the $200,000 to the CFD fund. Because right now, that's what's subsidizing the Measure L, I guess, contract for fire services.
Any questions, Chief, on that? No?
Next one, I guess, did you guys want to go, did you want to keep going through all of them one by one?
I think with that, you provide a good explanation for people that was one of the questions that I had, and I just wanted to make sure that correct information was provided. And then in regards to this, the general budget, I know that prior to this budget, we were negative, the general fund, or we were subsidizing one of the funds from the general fund roughly by about $50,000-$60,000 a month because we were not collecting fees for some of the services. Is there, where can we find that to explain how we're coming up with a balanced budget?
For the general fund?
Yes.
So general fund is not gonna be, it's balanced, but overall, the whole budget is not, well, I don't wanna say it's not balanced, but it's because the projects are carrying over from previous years. So it is a balanced budget that we are providing you guys today.
Okay, so then actually that brings me to my next question, because, and then also just for further explanation. So we have a revenue, we're in the budget, we're looking at a revenue of $64.8 million, and we're estimated expenses, we're estimated to spend $75.4 million. And so that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes.
So even though we have roughly about
the
11.
difference is about 6.6 million. So that's all tied to capital projects. And then those projects are, if we kind of go into my slides, basically when I go into like the top 10 projects, well, 8, 9, 13, 17 is around 27 million. Recplex, 5.1. Well, 18 is around 4.7. Well, 8A, 2.6. Hammett and Campbell, like 970,000. So I can kind of, those are just the top kind of 10 projects that are kind of somewhat making up that difference.
Perfect, thank you. Council, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I have
go
a
ahead.
question for the chief. Chief, on
Yes, sir.
your radar, who's radar qualified? We only have one officer that can run a radar gun still?
That is true. We are radar qualified. Underneath that problem, although the radar qualification is part of the $136,000 grant, so we're going to expand the number of officers that are radar qualified. LiDARs, what we use now. Underneath that is another problem, which is we have not done a city speed survey in a number of years, a large number of years. And I'm required to have a speed survey every 5 years to be able to enforce basic speed laws. There are some exceptions, exhibition of speed, dangerous things that you do, but generally speaking, I cannot enforce speed laws. I'm not very excited to say that. However, I was given the task of going out to RFP to 3 different agencies and getting that done. That will take some time, in the order of 3 to 6 months to accomplish. It is something that should have been done and budgeted for religiously every 5 years, but somehow slipped through the cracks. I might also add that Mauro Govina did put in a bid for it, and then when we're going out to RFP, he withdrew his bid.
And then one more question. When we go back to the animal control, the spay and neuter, if we pulled $10,000 from one thing and gave it to you specifically for a spay and neuter program, would that be a huge benefit to the police department?
Well, it would be a tremendous benefit to the city of Livingston. The problem, of course, is I need to find a way to spend the money effectively. I will not spend it irresponsibly. You can earmark $10,000. I'll come back to you and I'll present programs that I think, that we think are effective, and then you can determine whether or not that's how you want to spend the money. We don't have a specific program right now where we could say, let's do this, because we need to get partnerships with other organizations that are willing to, for instance, give us group rates on spade and neuter.
All right, thank you. I'll bring that up a little later then, Mayor.
So looking into the details of the budget, there is a $10,000 spray and neuter program in the budget. Currently, right now, animal control expenditures are $30,000, $20,000 is for other services, and $10,000 is allocated for spray and neuter.
Okay. Just one other thing, while you're here, can you speak a little bit or in regards to any plans for National Night Out?
Absolutely. National Night Out is in August 4th. Is that correct? It's on a Tuesday. I think it's the first Tuesday of August. It is historically an opportunity for the community to come talk to their police department, get to know their police department, see the various things that we do. We tend to put on displays in terms of if you had canine dogs, the canine dogs, if you had SWAT, what SWAT does, have children come sit in patrol vehicles, hit the lights and sirens, those sorts of things. It usually starts in the morning with coffee with a cop, which is a common thing, but we would do it at 2 or 3 different locations on night out. And then we would end that in some sort of, normally it's like a barbecue, hot dogs, drinks. We set up something to make it a festive atmosphere. Not that it will be hot dogs and drinks, but something to serve. But it is an excellent opportunity for people to come, and it'll be a warm night. It'll be an excellent opportunity for people to come and meet their police officers, get to know them personally, what their job assignments are. We'll have a number of brand new police officers that can speak to what it was like to be recruited, go through the background process. It's very lengthy, it's very intense, and those young men have just gone through it. So somebody who's interested in becoming a police officer can talk to them about what was it like for you just last month? What was it like to go through a field training program? Those sorts of opportunities.
All right, and then also just want to throw this out in regards to thinking about a program, a pet licensing program. I know that, for instance, this is, and I think by previous numbers, the number of pets being licensed in the city is very small, but I think it's also because of the cost. When someone is thinking about licensing their dog, I think the cost was roughly like $25 to $45 for a license to be able to register and license that pet. But someone has 3 or 4 pets, that's already and so it discourages those people that do want to have their pets registered, but not, obviously sometimes the cost is what's holding them back. Have we thought about maybe August or National Night Out could be a good opportunity to provide and include a program where just anybody that registered their pets today at this program, it's at low cost or no cost?
No, I apologize. All police services, everything that we offer as a police department would be on exhibit on that date. So that's one of the things. I think there's 2 sides to the licensing issue. It is virtually no problem for us to offer an amnesty program, come in, license, microchip your animal. We do those sorts of things. At the same time, we're going to have to put an incentive for those people who are not inclined to do it, those people who don't want to take responsibility for their animals. And I think the earlier person on the phone alluded to that. There are a number of people, not everyone obviously, but there are a number of people who just don't want to be responsible for their animal. And that's the whole point of the licensing program, so we can hold you accountable, and they know that. So we have to work within what people are willing to do, what we can afford to do, but amnesty program is absolutely on our list.
Got it, thank you. Council, any other questions?
If I might add is something that the city manager said, it is true. 2 of the vehicles that we've purchased, 2 of the police vehicles, are hybrids, and we got $20,000 grants for each one of those vehicles. And we will be applying for another grant this next year.
All right. Okay. Got it. Anything else? Anything else? We're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Next, Miguel.
Good evening. Once again, Miguel Galvez, contract planner with the city. The community development is, I mentioned earlier, made up of 3 divisions: the planning division, the building division, and the engineering division. The planning division has 3 authorized positions. 2 are vacant. The community development director position is vacant. We have a senior administrative analyst, which is Martha. That position is filled, and we have a planning technician position. That position is vacant. Myself, I serve as a part-time contract planner. When we come to the building division, we have a contract staff that comes to City Hall, and we have contracted services at their main services at CSG. At City Hall, we have a planning technician, which is part-time, and a senior building division, a building inspector, which is part-time. Down at the central office, there's a plant check engineer, there's a chief building official, and there's also staff that reviews compliance with the fire code. With the engineering division, that's contracted staff with Gouvet Engineering. Our esteemed colleague Noe Martinez is heavily involved with that division. Just to talk about further on the planning division, when it comes to planning activities, we have long-range planning and we have what we call current planning. Current planning is processing all the development applications, and for the most part, those are cost reimbursed applications. There's some of the costs that is done by the senior administrative analyst, and that is not paid, is not collected at this point. And we have long-range planning. That's things that, like the general plan, the housing element, that don't result in immediate development, but it kind of sets the stage for development. When we look at the budget, the lion's share of the budget in the Community Development Division is this long-range planning. We have the general plan update. We're in the midway process through that. We're at the point of developing a preferred land use alternative. Once the preferred land use alternative is selected by the City Council, then the consultant will begin in earnest and prepare an EIR. There'll be other costs that are associated with the general plan update, preparation of the master services, the municipal services review. We're going to be updating the master infrastructure plans. The other thing is that kind of tie in with the general plan, and they're identifying the errata, is that presently right now we don't have a GIS service provider. Previously we had contracted with MCAG. They lost their staff and they no longer have someone. And so when we come to updating the general plan, we're going to have to create a lot of maps for the infrastructure master plans and update a lot of our zoning and general plan. And so we really need to have a service provider that can provide these GIS, Geographic Information System services, creating new layers and amending those. So we've added a request in the budget to help provide that. The housing element update has been underway. We received the second review comments from the State Department of Housing and Community Development Department, and they requested additional refinements, and our consultant is working on that. They've come back and actually are requesting additional funds to finalize that effort. So these costs are folded into that overall $706,000 amount that's listed up there. Planning services, as I mentioned, that's one full-time senior administrative analyst, and it covers my time. Again, I pay, the work that I do what we call general planning services, responding to inquiries. You know, there's business licenses, building permits, inquiries, pre-development. And once an application is submitted, then we can submit that as a cost reimbursable charge to a project cost. But that $137,000 goes to pay for a full-time person and a part-time person, which is myself. The building services I mentioned before, that pays for the building permit technician and our senior building inspector. I will point out that in the past, when we had a fire code compliance, CSG does review our building plans for compliance with the fire code. However, we don't have any longer a contract to provide fire prevention or fire marshal services. In the past, that was provided by the county. We no longer are under contract with them. Oftentimes, they will do inspections of apartment complexes on an annual basis to make sure that, they're being safe, and they'll inspect the schools. But one of the important services that they provide is they'll review planning applications, planning referrals, and provide comments. At this point, we do have contracted services with our fire department, with CAL FIRE, but that's only for fire suppression, not necessarily fire review of applications and like that, access and a strategy for fighting fires and things like that. That's something that can be pursued. With the building services, most of the work that has been taking place has been with the inspection of the apartment complexes that are underway. We expect that will continue with self-help enterprises and even some with the villages at Main Street. So we'll see our building staff busy. But once we have our general plan updated, once we have our master plans updated, and the city's in a position to provide utilities, sewer, water, we expect to see increased development. And at this point, we're kind of mining the best we can, using the staff available to really provide the best services that we can without having the full cost of a fully staffed community development department. Engineering services, those include, and Noe can speak to some of this, be including their review of development applications and also preparation of impact fees. I know we're going to be updating our AB 1600 impact fees. And these are all cost reimbursement. For the most part, they are, but there's some that are not. And, he represents a team of folks over there at Gove Engineering, and so that costs us to reimburse them. So that's overall our community development budget. We do have a couple items in the errata. And if you have any questions on that, I'll just briefly go over them real quick. The GIS map service, we're looking at a request of $20,000 for that. We have $12,500 for the building permit module that we use through our building services department, CSG. The request of $25,000 to help finish the house and element update, and an additional $30,000 to update our application fees. When it comes to development, we have application fees which have not been updated for some time. They don't really capture all the costs that the city incurs for reviewing development applications. When it comes to cost reimbursable expenses, we can get those, but for general city staff, we haven't been able to collect that. So we're looking at updating our application fees so we can kind of recoup a lot of those funds. The other type of fees that we're going to be looking at updating is our impact fees, and those will be based on projected improvements that would be required to serve the community, that serve the city. And so we'll be in a position to say when new development comes in, they're going to have to pay their fair share of any type of new development as it impacts the city. And so we need to have a bulletproof plan to justify the fees that we'll be collecting for that. That pretty much concludes my comments. I don't know if there's any questions from the council. I'm happy to answer them.
Just one quick question in regards to, if you can expand, and by looking at the difference from the previous year, we're looking at an increase, and I think you already went over it, but if you can expand a little bit more on that, be more specific in regards to the increase of the 524 in comparison to last year.
Yes, I attributed that a lot to our expenses to the general plan. In the past, we had a general plan contract with our consultant, but we never funded that effort, and now we're funding it, and so that helps pay for a lot of the general plan efforts, which we're going to begin in earnest, as I mentioned, the EIR filling all the rest of the general plan components, so there's going to be additional costs associated with that.
All right, thank you. Council, any other questions? All right, we're good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Who's next? Recreation. Welcome back.
All right, everybody. So the first part of my presentation is all the programs that we do, and just for time, we've already covered a lot of this. Unless you guys have questions, we're just going to skip on through youth sports to, oh, sorry, I was expecting you to do it, to our contract classes and what we are looking at coming up this year. Our special events, we haven't added anything new, and our summer swim classes and open swim, and other responsibilities that we have other than our programming. We have 2 full-time employees for the amount of programming that we have. We have 1 permanent part-time, and we are requesting 1. And then we have about 40 seasonal part-time young people that are either referees or lifeguards, those types of, that are program specific. So at our last meeting, I did show you and try to give a little explanation of increases that we have. The most increase was in the regular salaries, and what the increase is due to support staff from other departments that get charged to us. There are slight increases, like in our rec desk program, I think it's like $300. We do have an increase in our facilities O&M, and that's just in case we have any more issues at our senior center. And then I am asking to be able to buy cinder mix to put on all of our baseball fields that we have not done in at least, oh, it's been a long time. Let's see, let's keep going down. Flag football was an increase, but our program is growing, and since we're actually in a real flag football program, we're needing to have some of the supplies and equipment that we need to make it as such. Whoops. That means I'm done.
Jackie, can you go back a couple slides? I think, let's see.
Do I touch this one right? Go back.
One more. Okay, so we currently have, or you have, 1 permanent part-time?
Yes.
Okay, and that is like, I don't know, 20 hours? Or
20 hours.
20 hours?
Mhm.
Okay.
And the other one that we're requesting is 20 hours as well.
Okay. And
What are their responsibilities?
Yes, yes.
So one of the things that I feel like if I could go through and what I would like to make better in my department is really, one is appreciate our coaches that do so much for us that we couldn't even have programs without them. And so better training, and then follow up with them. How are things going? What can we do to help you? Those types of things. And training for our kids that are out there officiating our programs, having the ability to be able to do that. And lastly, our adult sports programs right now are basically not existent. And I attribute that to a lot of our parents that have been in our sports programs are now so busy with their kids, keeping them busy, and that they don't maybe have time for themselves. But this part-time person would work like an evening shift, and so they would be out in the middle of things, hopefully stirring up interest, recruiting, training, those kinds of things.
Got it, thank you. Okay, council, any questions? Well, you know, I mean, I seen how limited your big, huge department is in regards to getting everything done, and I think that if we have that opportunity to expand and then serve our additional section of our community would be great. And yes, I think for the adult part of our community, it'll be great if we can add something to it, and it will be just beneficial overall. So
Well, and one of the things that we need to keep in mind is within a few years, we move into our new recplex. Our goal is not to, okay, it's time to move in, now let's start working on it. Our goal is to start putting together our plan so that we're going to move right in with moving straight forward and not having a lull time, so that we have activities already scheduled, the staff hopefully mostly in place to get that up and running. So this position too is going to help with that.
All right. Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Good. All right, thank you. All right, so can you guys remind me if I already went out for public comment or not? Not yet? Okay. So at this time, I will go out for public comment in regards to item number 9, annual budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Is there any public comment on the phone? 9:41, bringing it back to the chamber. Is there any public comment in the chamber? Seeing none, closing it at 9:41, bringing it back to the dais. Council? Questions, comments, suggestions, motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before council has any discussion, motions or comments about the budget as a whole, I would like for us to remove line 10 of the resolution. And it's on, shoot, I think I have the wrong PDF up. I have the unupdated PDF. Line 10 of the resolution, in the budget resolution.
What's the page number?
Line 10 of the resolution on the agenda that we're approving, like where it says whereas. Let me go and find it. Give me a second.
Right there. Oh, hold down. Line, back up. Line 10.
I have not seen this language before in any of our other resolutions. Maybe I haven't caught it in the past. I would like to have a better idea of exactly what is in conflict and what would be, essentially what would be rescinded if this was passed. And unless staff, whether that's city staff or city attorney, and unless this needs to be included to approve the budget tonight, I would like to remove it from the resolution.
Can anyone expand on what that entitles, either Mr. City Manager or legal?
Mr. Mayor, as written, the way I'm reading this is it allows for the repeal of any resolution or part thereof which is in conflict with a 2025, fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. It's unclear what what items are in conflict, or if they're in fact, and this may just be preventative in case a conflict arises. There's nothing illegal with having this language in there. It just it can be. The good thing is the council has inherent power to amend any resolution before them. So if the council would like to add language to further refine section 10, the council can do so. If the council wishes to remove the language altogether, council can do so as part of the motions process when approving the budget.
If I may ask, Mr. Paul, can you expand on your, so probably yes, we have, I don't remember seeing this again, but any additional specific concerns other than we haven't seen it before?
Just haven't seen the language before. It seems very general and vague in nature. And before voting yes on it, I would like to know exactly what's being repealed. Again, if it's just a process thing, I have no issue with that. I just think it's good for us to have an idea before we just say yes to it.
Yeah, well, this specific item on the resolution has been added on all the budgets that we've passed
And Mr. Ramirez, just to let you know, I actually spent some time in the last 15 minutes trying to look through resolutions passed in previous meetings. My laptop's just being annoying and it's not loading anything, so I couldn't confirm. If council's okay with it, I'd like to table this line item from tonight, give us some time to review and potentially come back at a later meeting and pass it as written or potentially with a little bit more specific language.
Given that we're on a timeline as it relates to the budget, I have no problem if you guys want to eliminate item 10 from the resolution, you have that authority to do so.
Would our budget be rendered ineffective without this line?
No.
If that's the case, and if we're not missing any deadlines by holding on this, I'd like to hold on this for tonight. And I will motion to do so now.
Okay, can you repeat that again?
I would like to, if there's no hindrance on our budget being effective without this line being in the resolution tonight, I would like to hold off on this tonight, come back at a later date. And if the rest of the council is okay, Roy, are you going to make a comment real quick?
Just for clarity, so would the motion be to remove line item 10 from the resolution for consideration at a later council meeting? And
Yes.
to approve the rest of the resolution as presented?
My motion would be just to remove item 10 for later consideration.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Opal. I had to use the facilities. Can you explain what is please? I missed a part of it.
Yeah, so when I was reading through the resolution, I saw line 10, which is held up there, and Monica, thanks for pulling that up. I had never seen this language in a previous resolution, and just reading through it, it seems very vague, very general, and before approving it tonight, I'd like to have a better idea of exactly what resolutions may be hindered or maybe repealed by us voting on this tonight. And so I just asked staff if this would prevent our budget from being effective if it wasn't in tonight's approval, and they said the budget would still be effective, so we'll not be missing any deadlines by removing it tonight. So my request would be that we review the impact of this, be a little bit more specific, have a better understanding of what it means, and if we all decide that it's the best way to go, we come back and approve it at a later date.
Okay, just so you want to remove 10 and then make the decision on the budget, then bring the resolution back regarding 10, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so at this time, thank you.
Good catch, whatever your concern is, but
Yeah.
okay.
And again, no explicit concern other than just not having an understanding.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You have concern, you have questions. We need to work through we're talking, $70 million plus,
Right.
So we gotta make
100%.
sure, okay?
Yeah. So at this time, I will motion to remove line 10 of the resolution in this current item.
Okay,
I am not motioning to approve the whole budget, for the record.
But
I'm motioning just to remove this line from consideration.
Councilmember Opal, would it be okay if everybody agrees after we go through the budget, then we go to adopt the budget, that we remove it at that time instead of now?
Yes, we can. In full transparency,
The budget, we're adopting it right now?
Yeah, the resolution will adopt the budget.
Okay.
So.
Because I had to leave, was one.
So the motion would need to be motion to approve the budget by striking out line item number 10 from the resolution.
Mr. Mayor, I need to have a comment before we do this resolution.
Yes.
Got forgotten down here.
I'm just providing what needs to be.
Okay, I get it then.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, so we don't have to Councilmember Upal's motion can strike 10 without adopting the resolution, because I believe Councilmember Roth had an amendment that he would like to make to the resolution, also dealing with animal control and code enforcement. So we can do the various amendments to the resolution on motions, and then do a motion to adopt the resolution as amended by council tonight by minute order.
All right, so let's go with one at a time.
Right. So at this time, I will motion to remove line 10 of the budget resolution from consideration for approval.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Upal. Is there a second?
Second it.
Yeah.
Second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please. Which it is to remove line item number 10 from the resolution.
Yes.
So it says remove line item 10 from the resolution for later consideration.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Upal,
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace.
Yes, but I had a question on, I wanted to have something removed from the budget. I didn't get a chance to say anything.
They're just removing
We're still
10.
going to do that.
Okay. Well, as I can say it, then I'll go on, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, so is there any additional comments? Mr. Wallace, go ahead.
Yeah, on the original budget, I want to, and it's come up before all these years I've been here, not as long as some of the other people like Paul, but what is the $15,000 for sister cities ever given the citizens? Has anybody ever moved a business here? Or is it a nice trip for people to go down and visit? Or I would rather take that, I thought it was $10,000, I had to get a book out. And I'd rather give that $15,000 to the police department and have the chief come back to us with a plan on spay, neuter, something, because that seems to be the biggest citizens' complaints. And that would be my motion, is to take this $15,000 away from sister cities, give it to the police department with the condition the chief comes back to us specifically with options on spay, neuter, how to handle this cat issue, stray dogs, etc.
So, Mr. Wallace, just for your information, we do have 10,000 currently in the budget for the spray and neuter program. So if we do this, it'll be increasing it to 25,000.
That's fine with me. This council, if I can get a second.
I will second it.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Wallace, second by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Roll call,
Gentlemen,
please.
if it's okay, I have a comment I'd like to make before we vote on this item,
Go ahead.
specifically as it relates to these funds. I made a comment about wants and needs at the last council meeting. This is something that I wanted to bring up before we moved on the budget. To me, Sister Cities is very much a want. I know there's a lot of members in the community who are from some of the areas that come out and are represented, and it's a great time to be had for all those. But again, like I mentioned last time, we are in some precarious funding situations. And to me, even $15,000 relative to $75 million is not a lot, but to me, $15,000 is still $15,000. And it's one line item that, rather than go to spay and neuter, if folks are okay with it, I like to just keep it in our reserve, and we can explore potentially at a later date whether we want to send it to spay and neuter or allocate it to something else. But I came in with the saving mindset, open to your opinion on it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, as everybody knows, I know you too, Councilman Rupo, budgets are very fluid. We can bring it back and add things at any time we want. I'm sure everybody knows that. So if that addresses your concern, I know the budgets are tight. I am all for, I will rescind mine and just completely remove, back you on that, and completely removing the Sister City program at this time and put it into reserves. That's fine. Can I do that, or do I have to?
You have to,
Would you,
sorry, I didn't chime in. You have to request an amendment from Councilmember Wallace.
we're just going to eliminate it.
All right, I'll rescind it, adding it to the police department and just say, assistant cities, 15,000 should just be eliminated and keep it in general funds.
I think we have a motion already, so do you want to second it?
I need a second on that.
Huh?
He's amending his motion.
I amended it.
Are you okay with, when he made the motion to?
I believe the motion was made
okay.
and seconded already with the amendment that was just made.
I will second the amended.
Roll call, please.
Okay. Let me clarify this because there were so many. So you want to remove the 15,000 from the sister cities and put the funds into the general plan? Into the reserves. Okay. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Upal?
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so we have one more. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a motion in the budget for a full-time animal control officer.
Just kind of an update on that. So currently, we do not have a job description or a salary schedule set for the animal control position. So that would be something that we would have to do. So right now, what Roth is authorizing us to do is basically increase personnel body by 1 to have an animal control on site. So before this gets filled, we would have to do the processes to basically do the salary schedule, do the job description. We'll work closely with the PD and the chief to get that done. And once that comes up, then is when this position would be basically filled.
And so if we were to do that, to have a full-time animal control, then what would happen chief, and then, or city manager, what would happen to the half code enforcement? Well, that's a question.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I?
Are you going to answer the question?
Huh?
Are you going to answer the question?
Kind of answer the question.
Okay, go ahead.
I understand what Councilmember Roth is saying. We've all heard concerns out there regarding, hey, this is this and that, and we have folks running business without license. We hear all these concerns, and that'll come under business and court. One thing we could do is, because we don't have a job description, we don't have anything, I'm not sure how we're going to add any dollars to it. We could, with you, if you're willing to agree to it, is to pass the budget and then direct staff to bring that position and then add it later, because we can do that. Budgets are very fluid. This will give us a cost and everything else we need. I believe that's probably the better way, unless you want to add it the other way.
No, that's fine. So I'll rescind my motion and you make that motion.
Well,
you said a word, my mouthful, so go ahead.
What I was going to say was that there's nothing to add in here. We can direct, after we pass the budget, we can direct the staff to come back with that position, dollar amounts, and we can add it to the budget.
All right.
And we can even give
fine.
them a certain amount of time to come back with.
All right.
So it doesn't have to be part of this.
Thank you.
So you want to revoke your
Yes,
motion?
I revoke my motion.
All right, council.
And then under council comments, you can make that request to come back with that position.
All right. Is there anything else, any additional questions, recommendations, suggestions for the budget?
Just like to make a comment before we vote. I'll be abstaining from the budget vote tonight. And with that being said, I do want to thank staff for all the time that was put in to preparation of the budget. There's a lot that I'm excited about, but really just similar to the principle that I mentioned with line item 10. If somebody in the community asked me today, hey, council member, give me a solid explanation of how this budget's going to address the needs of our cities, I don't think I could do that as effectively as I should be able to, as somebody that said yes. There is a lot that goes into this. This is my first budget, and I don't think that I have learned enough and evaluated enough to have a solid justification for approval. Again, there's a lot that I'm excited about. Staff have put forward money to address a lot of our needs in a lot of different areas, and I'm really excited about some of the stuff that's going to get done. But as of June 17, 2025 at 10:01 p.m., I am not comfortable saying yes to this because I just don't think I have spent enough time evaluating and understanding exactly what's going on. I know that I tend to be over analytical. I guess, I think we have different standards of comfort and different standards of justification, and that's where I stand on it at the time. That being said, I really do respect all the time that staff put into this, and really am excited for a lot of the projects that are going to get pumped out in the next year as a result of the approval tonight. But wanted to say that before I made my vote.
Council, any other comments, questions?
No, it's too bad that, but how much time do you think you need, Councilman Rupel? Or is that a long time?
I don't know, is the truthful answer to you. I take a lot of care with this, and I don't think I put enough care into, getting ready for this vote tonight. I did pick up more hours recently for work. My caretaker responsibilities have been increased recently, and so I have not had enough time, but then again, it's our job to be ready, and I apologize to staff and to the community for not being ready on this tonight. That being said, I'm not voting no because I don't think it's a bad budget. I think it's actually really solid. I want to be able to fully justify what I put my name on, and I don't think I can do that tonight. Another comment you made about this being fluid, this is all a projection. It's very fluid. Things can change, priorities can change, and so I'm not worried about the budget getting passed tonight. I'm sure all of you are going to vote to approve. That's just my reason for abstaining.
All right, any other comments?
Before council makes a motion for the approval or not approval of the budget, I would like to add on the resolution, we did miss to add the errata sheet on there. So if the motion is made, we would request to add the errata sheet to the motion.
I'm sorry, the what? Errata. It is late. I'm thinking radishes, and I'm saying, what the heck is he talking about? Okay, I got it. I misunderstood you. Sorry about that, Happy. Okay.
All right, any motions?
Did you go for public already?
I don't.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask, so the department's request,
Come on.
not being familiar, not having seen the amended, I have an older version of the budget, was our request to change the number of reserves officers put into the new budget? So we asked to change the number from 2 to 5. It doesn't change the fiscal number at all, just the number of reserve officers we're allowed to have that are paid.
They had that this evening, so since it doesn't impact the dollar amount, it's just going to be added in this budget, and so you have the authority to add extra officers without extra money.
Thank you very much.
If approved.
If approved, yeah. Well, if we don't approve, come July 1st, lights turn off, so, So, but, okay, I guess it's, all right, then.
Any motions on the floor?
Okay, I make first of all, we already removed item 10. So,
That's already been done.
Yeah, I understand. I was just, I make the motion that we adopt the annual budget for fiscal year 25-26 and the appropriation limit for the fiscal year 2025-2026 and adding the ERADA to the budget.
So we have a motion on the, go ahead.
For clarity, the resolution as amended here tonight.
Yes, as amended on the,
So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Opal?
Abstain.
Councilmember Wallace?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1.
With one abstention. Abstain. All right, so at this time, we're gonna retire into closed session and we'll be right back so that we can continue with item number 10 and then announcements and reports. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's only 12:46 a.m. We're back from closed session. And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable action at this time.
all right, thank you. So next we have item number 10. Consideration of a resolution approving a legal agreement with the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen, LLP, to provide city attorney legal services for the city of Livingston and legal counsel for the City of Livingston successor agency, the City of Livingston Planning Commission, the City of Livingston Public Financing Authority, and all other city boards and/or commissions. Staff recommendation: approved resolution.
There's some amendments.
Yes. So there are some amendments to the item on the agenda, but Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there are some amendments that I can read into the record. Reviewing the draft legal services agreement with reference to Section 7, Subdivision B, travel, will be revised to read as follows. Travel, client will be charged for time legal personnel spends traveling as follows. City attorney travel to regular city council meetings, there will be no charge for travel time. City attorney travel to special meetings, there will be a flat rate of $250. All other legal personnel travel to City Hall will be billed at half of the hourly rate. So those are the amendments, and we'll circulate a revised version for the city after we incorporate those changes.
All right, thank you. Council, are there any questions at this time before I go out for public comment? So I will go out for public comment at this time at 12:49. Anyone still on the phone? Hearing none. Anyone in the chamber? Seeing none, closing the citizen comments at public comment for this item at 12:49. Council, questions, comments, suggestions, recommendations, motions?
Okay. I make the motion that we appoint, let me get this one in here. Number 10. Want to make sure that I read it properly? I make the motion that we approve the legal agreement with the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen LLP to provide city legal service for City of Livingston and legal counsel for City of Livingston, successor agency, City of Livingston Planning Commission, City of Livingston Public Financing Authority, and all other city boards and commissions, as stated by the attorney or the prospective attorney.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Zambra. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Opal?
Yes.
Councilmember Wallace?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sammer?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we're going to have attorneys switch seats at 12:50. Next, we have announcements and reports for council members. Mr. Wallace, anything to report?
Yeah, I went to Music in the Park last night, and I was quite impressed. Even brought my wife with a walker. It was well over 100 people there. It was the most people I've seen in a couple of years there, and it was very nice. Jackie did a great job of it. And I have a question for Councilmember Roth. Do you have a microphone for tomorrow night, or is that set up?
I'm sure Anthony will provide one in the city. Or
And that's my only report.
Manager.
Councilmember Roth?
Just one thing, Mr. Mayor. Tomorrow night is the plaque dedication and tree dedication for Lupe and Aurora Garcia. It starts at 5:30 at Memorial Park. That's it. Thank you.
You mean later today?
Yeah, later today.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Opal?
Yes, a couple of things. One, my grandma's not doing so great right now, stable, but have spent a lot of time with her recently, haven't been able to the last couple of days. So I kind of wanted to say hi to her through the camera because I know that when she sees it, she will be very happy. The goal was to do this like 4 hours ago while she was still awake, but it is what it is. Hi, Bibi. ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਜ ਗਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਲੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਆ ਸਾਡਾ ਕੰਮ ਐਸ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਬੁਲਾਉਣਾ ਮੰਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਿਓ ਆਪਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਿਲਾਂਗੇ ਹੋਪਫੁਲੀ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਆਊਂਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ thank you guys for that and then today was 6 months of being on council last 6 months have been wild to say the least but above anything else I cannot thank staff enough for how supportive they've been over the past 6 months. 4 staff members that are here tonight. Monica, Happy, Chief Schiff, Roy, a lot of our other department heads as well. Both CMs have been very supportive. I have so much to learn and I ask a million questions and everybody always gives me exactly what I need. So can't thank you guys enough for all the support and really excited to continue working.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, I attended the mosquito abatement meeting. The call volume for spring has picked up quite a bit. I encourage everybody, if there's an issue, give them a call. And for city, of any events like 4th of July, we'll make sure that they spray the area before the event is held. We'll make sure that happens. And then second, I know that Mr. Wallace and others that attended the music in the park, I was not able to attend because of my mom. I had to take care of her. I just wonder, even though I wasn't there, did they play Johnny Be Good, or do I need to go after Howard and make him sing in front of the house now? Does anybody remember? They didn't do Johnny Be Good? Howard's in trouble. But no, I missed it, but I heard that it was great. A lot of people said good things about it. And I know that was the last one, and I hope that we do it again next year. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just a few things. Next Thursday, or in a couple of days, will be the next Central Valley Division League of California Cities, which I will be attending. I don't know if anybody else will be attending as well. I did attend the Merced County Association of Governments board meeting. The summary report was shared to Mr. Ramirez and was shared with his report, and then also by Monica was shared to the council. And that's it for tonight. And then next we have council direction on future agenda items. Anyone?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There were two. I can't remember the second one off the top of my head because my laptop is dead. But the first one that I would like to ask is that we redo an operational assessment of our water capacity. We took one snapshot in September, and we've yet to take an operational snapshot since then. And so I would like to see that come back whenever staff are able to bring it.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm not any particular date, but I just want to make sure that the staff works forward with bringing forward to the council a full-time code enforcement. Just want to give that as a direction.
Yes, go ahead.
And I also would like to bring forward animal control full-time.
All right. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, one more. I got my docs app up on my phone.
Go ahead.
I would like for the city of Livingston to develop a legislative platform. It would serve as our mechanism for if we decide to engage in any advocacy or support or opposition to any state or federal policy. A lot of other cities and counties do this. It's what they use if they assess whether or not they're going to send support letters, potentially lobby. And in full transparency, I am willing to do 99% of the work if the rest of the council and staff are okay with that. This is right down my alley. Not expecting anybody to take time out, and we'll review it with you guys as needed.
Thank you. And with that, we're adjourning this meeting at 12:57. Good night, everyone.